All right, mic check. Wait a minute. My mouse wasn't connected. Cam check. Eric, what's going on, man? Yeah, it's gonna be a short stream. I'm like a bit tired, so but I'm gonna jump straight into the D3 tonight. So no D4 for the evening. I'm gonna start trying to get my things for my 150 push, and then after that, depending on how much time I have left, I think what dropped? A huge update dropped for Hades 2 in early access. So part of me actually wants to play that. I guess a matter of, am I gonna? Also, it looks like the PoE event happened today. I'm happy for the PoE community for that. They seem to be having a good time with that. It's been pretty grim. Oh, COVID. Okay, that's right. You did tell me that. Yeah, that's not cool. Yeah, man. Take care of yourself, and of course the fam. Let's see.
Yo, dog son.
Kill them all with the raid.
We just got raided, son.
What's going on?
You know how we do. Drop my new beat for these new viewers. Sheezy out.
Kalimon 1228 traded my stream with 2 viewers.
I don't know what gave my the AI keeps saying traded my stream instead of raided a stream. I don't know when that like became a thing. Vanilla, what's going on? I gotta find me some keys. But no, this is gonna be a pretty short stream. Or at least that's what I always say. I say it's gonna be a short stream until it's not, right? Let's see. Let's get to my. Wait, that didn't save? Oh, and I gotta take this and this to my follower. Back to the follower. And there we go. Oh, that's because I got rid of the gym. Okay. I was wondering what happened to that. But you running for demoner? Strafe impale. That's kind of like the standard for this season. At least for the farming portions of things. When I push, I'm gonna do UE multi-shot. But strafe multi-shot, I guess, whatever you want to call it. So you did a thing today? Okay. Want to see where your damage was, so you went and did a GR 135 on shells. Nice. How did it go? good and didn't use Gizzard, used his. I mean, you wouldn't really wouldn't. I mean, you really wouldn't use Gizzard anyway, would you? Unless I'm missing something. Like I probably understand it for like speeds or whatever, so that for you don't lose your squares or whatnot. But like for pushing, you definitely. I don't know. Are people after using gizzards for like higher GRs for impale? I should say use gizzards for the impale push version. That is interesting. Because considering how you'll be fishing for a shield pylon anyway, with like the bigger pushes, Gizzard kind of loses its value the moment that you push. And, if you can design the best Diablo game, what would it look like compared to D4? Oh, I don't know. That's a big task. That's like an entire game. Is what you're asking. I haven't really thought about it, honestly. But I probably can guarantee you it'll probably look like something that I would say a lot of people. I don't know. I got actually marinate on that. That's actually a question I've never been asked, but that's a loaded question. But yeah, I don't know. Also, Wordblade, what's going on? Did you come over from the raid, sir? Or? Oh, he's in your clan? Okay. Amulet. Gotta win force now. Hold on to that. But you did clear the 135. How much time did you have left? Kill them all. Honestly, I was playing on Eternal D4, but I saw some people exploiting the new lunar event. I got mad and left and I haven't London for 3 days now. What's you said exploiting the new lunar event? What's going on? I feel like I don't know about that. I should know, but I don't think I've heard anything. What are people doing? This sucks. I'm not so sure I caught COVID from the little man too. Oof. Like, how bad do you have it though, Hydra, right now? Like, are you like unable to work kind of have it, or is it more so like mild flu-like symptoms? They're going in and out of party, staying next to the shrine and activating it continuously. Oh. Oh, okay. Yeah. I guess we'll do a mix of Nephilim Rifts and also Visions.
I need to go back.
Tough to throat like cough. Woke up with a fever yesterday, but tip is fine now. Feels like someone hit you with the bullet train. Yeah, that last part. That's the part. That's kind of how I knew when I had it. Yeah, it took you 13 minutes. Okay. So Hades 2 got a major update in early access. I kind of like yesterday. I kind of want to play that, but I also want to hit my goals too. So I might spend just a little bit more time focusing on D3 than D4. I will tomorrow go back and kind of finish my leveling journey or whatever, but like after that, it'll be just D3 streams until I hit my goals, I guess, and then maybe a day or two of Hades before Monster Hunter Wilds comes out. So that gives me things to do. But the Hades 2 update was definitely not expected. I did not expect that to happen. So this not should it really be? Yeah, I mean this, and of course God 6 is why I have a hard time like really playing Dance of Knives in D4. Like that's kind of why I don't like Dance of Knives in D4. It's just that it's hard to play an inferior version of Spin the Wind, which is what Dance of Knives is based off of. Especially after playing Spin the Wind for like so long on Demon Hunter, or I guess ever since God 6, you know, was a thing. I kind of do want a chest, Look at how fast you zip around with guy 6. The thing is, honestly, is that like I really feel like I'm okay. I'm fine with the pacing in Diablo 3 because it's always kind of been this way. Literally always been this way. Kind of wish the pacing was nowhere near what D3 is for D4. I know they were trying to like bring back what made people like D3, I guess you could say, but like ultimately I kind of wish that they like D4 I wish they would have kept them more slower, methodical, I guess more methodical combat that was towards the launch of D4, but just, you know, obviously with way more to do. But people complain that, you know, they're not zipping through killing jillions of enemies like you do in D3, and now we have what we have.
Don't forget, luck always changes.
Actually, getting gems should be pretty easy. I just sanctify my rings, my puzzle rings. I love it. Guess it's the only build I can actually play now when playing D3. I like to see what Dancing Knights could be like if the movement wasn't capped at 200. I mean, I guess, but I guess the thing is this though. Like, I'll say it this way, Oliver Green. Like, Dancing Knights is already the most efficient speed farmer on like Rogue outside of like a fully built Shadow Step Rogue build, right? So like already it's like one of the best farmers in the game. You know, giving it, you know, an extra 100% movement speed, and then you're gonna really invalidate all the other builds from like speed farming. So now it kind of becomes a balance issue where not only is Dancing Knight still kind of popular because it's like a very efficient farmer, then at that point it'd be like, well, why play anything else? So you kind of run into a, you know, potential balance issue there. I know not everybody really thinks about it that way, but like there's probably a good reasoning why it is capped at 200%, because you can move and kill at the same time, whereas the other builds cannot technically do the same thing. And so that's kind of like it's, I know not everybody's thinking about the balance out, you know, aspect of things, and I get it, but you know, something with Spiritborn last season. Well, no, Spiritborn was bugged. That's not really the same comparison. Like, they didn't purposely make Spiritborn evade doing what they're doing. Like, that wasn't intentional. You're asking for Dancing Knights to be intentionally way better than any other rogue build for farming. I think those are two different things. Hans, what's going on? Not playing a PoE event. I don't play PoE 1, so nah. Yeah. I played PoE 2 and I enjoyed that when I played. But I was never really a fan of 1. And no event or amount of content or anything would ever bring me to PoE 1, because it's the combat that I don't like. So unless they overhaul the entire combat system, I just won't play PoE 1. But I am happy for those who really enjoy PoE, for sure. I've seen Spearborn moving around like a flea on speed this season, as well as to the point could barely keep up with them moving about during the event. Yeah. We may agree to disagree on this one, Oliver, for sure. But being able to kill and move at the same time with no... Keep in mind, like, zipping around is one thing, but you still have to stop and attack, even if you're moving around at lightning speeds. I mean, Hungry Arrow is really fast. Not Hungry, sorry. Heartseeker is really fast, right? But I still gotta like stop and attack or scoot and shoot or whatever. Flurry is very fast with the teleport, but you still have to stop and attack, right? Where Dance of Knives, you are attacking and moving at the exact same time. So there's a difference between how effective that is. Like if you think about it, there was a reason why Woody decided to go with Dance of Knives at the very beginning of this current season, because nothing would have compared getting to T4. I won't say T4, sorry. In terms of efficient farming for like the, that early on, almost nothing in the game could really compare to how fast Dance of Knives was doing it. At that point in the game. So like there were no Spearborns that were beating Woody Joe towards launch of season 7. Beef jerks. What's going on, man? What's the current state of D4? Sorry, we already answered this. Honestly, I think the season theme is actually kind of cool. The theme was cool. Most of the class changes were decent. Quite a few quality of lives were actually pretty good. The problem just kind of comes in where they didn't do any tuning or additions or fixes to the gameplay loop of in-game or whatever. So it just feels a lot like last season. So you got all these new toys, new powers and things, which is great until you get to the in-game portion of it and realize you're doing the same thing with the same bugs and the same problems that it's always had. I won't say always had, but like that it currently has. So they did no adjustments to any of the content that you're playing with the new toys with. So it was exciting for like the first 2 weeks. But then yeah, that's kind of it. So, but just like with any action RPG, I mean, it's been about a month, almost 5 weeks now into the season. So of course, with any season and any action RPG, people have gone on to play other things that has released or whatnot. So However, when season 8 hits or whatnot, people will be back, and hopefully we'll get some fixes and touching on the end game side of things, because that's kind of what Diablo 4, sorely needs at the moment. I disagree. They were probably using the teleport rune skill, but you're saying they were bouncing around, killing everything before I can get in respawn. Well, technically speaking, on Dance with Knives, you can also use draw rune on Dance with Knives too, if you would like. Since you don't have to snapshot anymore, since the snapshotting version isn't necessary, so you literally can also do the same thing. Technically, I guess that no one does it because it's really not necessary, but you can. I don't like jaw rune myself, but so overall, Beef Jerk, I think, in my opinion, they kind of need to figure out whether or not are they going to give the longer term players something more to do. Because I think with the amount of content right now that is there and the way that the end game is tuned, quote unquote, it's great for the casual players who will take a while to even get the T4 or may never make it to T4. But for the people who know what they're doing, that play a lot, will make it to T4 in like one day. And so like almost all of your vertical progression is had in like a couple of days. And then it just kind of feels empty after that. So it just depends on the kind of player you are. If you're a blaster, you're not gonna have much to do after about a weekish or whatever. But if you're someone who plays very casually, honestly, the game's current state is probably exactly where it needs to be. If you're someone who plays like maybe 2 or 3 hours a week. Bro, where are the mobs at? Is it a good idea to buy a used Mastress? I wouldn't trust it. Oh, there's also one more thing too, Oliver Queen, about Dance of Knives too as well. With the aspect, or with this aspect like that, it literally clears entire screens. Like I know what Spiritborn build you're talking about, but that's definitely doesn't have near the amount of AoE either. However, it can jump from target to target before you might be able to get there. But it's not clearing it's not literally mollywopping entire screens on the move at the same time. But like I said, if you want to hop around the screens too, you can slot draw rune and kind of do the same thing. But then it really wouldn't feel like spin the win anymore, right? It will feel not spin the win because you'll be teleporting more than you'll be spinning to win. But I guess point being is that like there's got to be a balance component at the end of the day when it comes to that. And I think being able to move and shoot and clear the entire screens at maximum movement speed is quite good. If there's a reason why thrift resale stores can't legally sell mattresses. Half the stays. Gambling is fun though. How many keys do I have now? Should probably start doing Goblin Rifts in between. That'd be the smart thing to do. Bro, I'm trying to get these little 3 keys though. Come on, game on the enemy. What's that? Am I gonna push the Jero 150 with? UE multi-shot. But I also kind of want to do with Shadow, but I think I'm gonna need just a little bit more Paragon than I'm willing to farm at the moment. So like I can do UE at like 2k Paragon. Shadow might take about 24 or 2500 Paragon maybe. I'm definitely not gonna have enough time to do to gain that kind of Paragon to do it. We'll see though. Maybe if I get some like really good pieces in the meantime, I might make a run for it on Shadow too. But definitely UE will be first, since I'll hit 2k Paragon not too far from now. I got like a week basically. Oops. What did impale at 2200? Okay. I guess I'll make the attempt then. Around that area too. I'm about to get my gems level to 150 though, so I'm gonna need to get into one of those monk groups for gem leveling. Quite a lot of fishing. Oh yeah, I figure that's to be expected. What kind of mass do you get when you salvage a sanctified item? kind of forgot. Is it kind of like random? I guess I could find out. I got like a bunch of whatchamacallits, so I can just do one. Got a primal something. As a primal
I need to go back.
whatchamacallit, betray you. Oh, well, people all that. Surprised my pet isn't vacuuming the yellows there. Double orchestra, first floor, swarms, second floor, triple mother pack. Yeah, that's pretty godlike. Not pretty godlike. I mean, that's practically what you want. Literally what you want. Why aren't there any build guys on D3? There is. If you go on Maxroll.gg, we have build guys for Diablo 3. I mean, no one's making any new guys because there's no new content. So like, all the build guides are years old because, well, nothing's new. So, I mean, videos, yeah. Well, yeah. So like, there hasn't been any changes to the game in a couple of years, in terms of balance changes and whatnot. So like, everything that has worked before years ago in the videos are gonna work now, because nothing's changed. At this point, we're just alternating seasons that we've already played before. So if you're looking for a build guide for a certain season, then you kind of look at when that season first, hit, And then you look for build guides there. Like this build I'm playing right now, I have a build guide on YouTube for it, but it's like, you know, 3 years old, 3.5 years old, because that's when it came out. So bro, stop giving me 3 keys. Give me 3 keys one more time, gang. Dare you.
Don't forget, luck always changes. Let's see what happens. What a steal.
Wow, I'm in like at 2-4.
Hello there. Don't be shy. Do come back again.
My
Ooh,
pack is full.
That's nice. Can I have it back?
You know, we're gonna do the puzzle rings later. I have enough flight doing it right now. I thought about it and I was like, nah, I just want the keys.
Fate smiles. See you soon.
2K, 2100 should be good. Woody cleared at 1950 multi-shot. Yeah, multi-shot is definitely easier to push with than impale, considering just the amount of, literally just the amount of AOE. Area damage you can pretty much pile up on, and of course Stricken takes care of the boss, so you're not, because you pile so many Stricken stacks very quickly on strafe UE, so it's like, so yeah, we'll see. I just gotta get my gems up, man, and also get better gear. What's the proc radius of area damage? Probably a little bit bigger than like the outer portion of the waypoint. But the more mobs you get within that radius, it calculates it into one big number. Which is what makes area damage so effective. Because why you want things like, you know, grouped up pretty tight and things if you can. Belt. About time. You got a good amount of keys right there. But it's not really multiplied by your crit damage, but it is your damage, and it also gets like all the buffs and stuff that you normally would have to as well. So it essentially compounds on itself. It's actually like area damage is pretty like OP. And it's been that way for years. There was a time where the area damage proc did not get your buffs at all. I think that's kind of how they had it initially, but then area damage just wasn't good. Like it was just bad because it wasn't getting your buffs. And then the moment that they changed it where it was getting your buffs, it just became like necessary. It went from being like trash where no one was using it to being like absolute godlike, and you need it. Like you have to have it. Pushes, that is. Speed's a little bit different story, depending on the build, but I can see where I am on my UE gear though. So you gotta focus 56 and flat damage, but not non-ancient. Dude, I feel you. Mm, 52 keys. That should be enough. Put this here. Alright. Let's see. I can probably. Actually, let's see what a 127 feels like. That's all the additional Paragon I've gotten since yesterday. Or due to yesterday. Oof, that hurt. Days with the sub. Appreciate you. How's it going, sir? How am I? Oh, I'm just chilling. Trying to map out my goals for D3 before Monster Hunter Wilds hits next Friday. You want to play this game's campaign, really? Campaign in this game is kind of meh, man.
I need to go back.
Like you don't have enough frames to see him spin. Or extreme. What I choose to go this way. It's a 6-piece AoE portion, not proc all the time. What do you mean? Appreciate the follow. But what do you mean? So like the 6-piece portion doesn't give you any AoE. It just means that the it just means that like any bounces or pierce throughs or whatever you want to call it, or anything past the first 3 targets deals X amount less. So like the first 3 knives are going to deal the like for instance the subsequent enemies, that's not AoE. That's just like once the first 3 knives hit the first 3 enemies, past that point, you get 40,000% versus the 120,000, if that makes sense. So the first 3 knives will always be stronger than, or the first 3 enemies that are hit by your impale is going to always be 3 times stronger than the hits or the hits that happen afterwards. So like if you're playing cold and you hit like 20 targets, only the first 3 targets get the 120,000%. Every other target that hits after that is getting the 40,000%. So it doesn't give you AoE by any means. It's just, yeah. However, what's interesting is that if you only hit 3 targets, then the first target and then the 2 bounces from lightning will all get 120. Will get the original bonus because you only hit 3 targets. Which is actually what makes lightning actually quite good for speed farming. what I find interesting is how fast you learn how to do all this and explain it so easily. Like, how long did it take you to learn all this efficiently? Well, I mean, honestly, I mean, Diablo 3 was a game I played since it first came out, so it's one of those things where, I mean, if you do something long enough and you really like it, you just know. I'm gonna say just know, but like, I don't know, like, I will kind of make it like, I'll put it this way, Army Parker, like, think of like any hobby that you have right now, like anything that you're passionate about. You have a hobby right now. If someone was to ask you questions about it, and you've been doing, like, let's say your hobby for, I don't know how many years now, right? You know, if someone was to ask you questions about it, you'd be able to fluently answer because you've been doing it for a long time and you know all about it because that's just kind of what you did. You know what I mean? It's kind of a similar thing here. So like, I don't see myself as in any special category here. It's just that I've spent a lot of time playing the game, so I just happen to, you know, not just playing but also testing things in the game, and therefore over time you just know. Although I appreciate the compliment. Don't get me wrong, but I do look at it as, you know, I'm sure there are things that you do that I'm completely clueless about that you can like totally school me on, right? Like, yeah, dark side is simple, man. It's just, you know, this, that, you know, and I'm just like, whoa, that's crazy, right? Because I just don't know. I look at it as in that same light. Does that also make it good against the Rift Guardian 150s? Not lightning, but fire does. Because the fire burn damage, right? The fire burn damage does get the subsequent damage bonus. So like, that makes it very good versus the Rift Guardian. However, lightning and cold are terrible against the Rift Guardian because, well, they, you know, yeah, I won't say terrible, but like they're you don't get the subsequent hit on a Rift Guardian with lightning or cold, but you do with fire. I can go on one more GR. It's all experience, yeah, pretty much. Being a teacher helps you. Well, yeah, learning how to explain things and coming up with examples and analogies. Yeah, that's true. It makes it easier to explain things. Just in general. I'm using multi-shot build in D3, so fun. I'll be doing that soon when I do plan to push. Which should be next week because I'm not gonna have the Paragon to do it until then. Hopefully, I'll have better gear to be able to do it. Probably should just went to the second map because I already killed like 6 at least on this map already, so I knew there weren't going to be any more. Off top, I noticed you didn't have a Dancing Knives build for D4. Is that Is that coming soon? Probably not. I don't really enjoy Dance of Knives like that, to be honest. So, but there are a lot of creators or content creators that have their own, you know, version of Dance of Knives, and of course we have a really good one on Maxroll. So I usually just point people to that. But yeah, not really the biggest fan of Dance of Knives. Nothing's wrong with it. Just I think after playing Spin the Win a lot on D3, especially with God 6, Dance of Knives just feels like a watered down God 6 that just doesn't really interest me as much. I played this all wrong because I lost my sports like a while back. Almost a one floor. I probably did one floor. There was like one more elite down there, but
I wish I could do that.
it's not a terrible time. Considering.
I need to go back.
You had a nerdcore drama, right? Yeah. I have. Eric Shinnick, yo, what's up, man? We need to get together, man. Play. I'm definitely gonna need your assistance. I gotta get my gems to 150, bro. Yes, big time. Yeah, I got my ZDH. I got my budget ZDH ready. I did some group play yesterday. But there were like the speeds with the Satyr, basically. The 132 speeds with Satyr, not the monk IGR meta things or whatever, but we ain't gonna pick me up, sir. I was asking because I think you enjoy some of the artists I listen to in the genre. They're on Spotify as well. If that's what you use for your music, I use Spotify for like stream, but outside of stream, I actually use Amazon Music. I'm back and forth between Amazon Music and Tidal, just because I don't know. I think Tidal sounds like slightly better. Like each app has like their like signature sound almost, despite whether they have HD audio or not. But Tidal is like warmer sounding for like literally the exact same song. It's kind of interesting. It should be on Amazon Music. But yeah, Harrison, then when are you getting on? Or when do you get on? Or when do you normally play? That was not a great map. Jumping whatever at the moment. Let me see if I can find it as you bar man of the month for 150. Yeah, sure. Let me know. I'll be on for like another roughly like 2.5, 3 hours. Maybe a little less.
You look like you could use a new fortune favor. Wow, isn't that nice? See
I'm
you soon.
overburdened.
But yeah, Photon, I would definitely check him out. Face to the Rec. Been looking to try to spam like my playlist for a bit now. I added like Boiler's entire playlist to my to my stream playlist.
Fortune favor. Ooh, that's
That is too
nice.
expensive.
Can I
My DM. Yeah, sure, yeah. Absolutely, Audrey. Yeah, you can do that. Kind of do want to keep that quiver. Yeah, never mind. Wrong way.
Not ready yet.
that hurt. Dartless, what's up, man? I'm gonna sound like a hater. And I hate to be, but D3 was the worst Diablo for you. I mean, everything except for the cinematics. Good. I would certainly disagree with everything sucked. I think Diablo 3 had the best combat engine of all the Diablos. But I guess everything else is debatable, I can say. But the combat engine, nothing is smoother than Diablo 3's. Like, Diablo 4 isn't bad by any means, but like you can tell by like just playing the game, like the gameplay feel itself. It's just, I just kind of feel like it's kind of unmatched right now in the action RPG realm. It's just so it's like so buttery smooth, man. And that was kind of the biggest draw for me for Diablo 3. But like legit, literally everything else can be, you know, debatable for sure. But subjective opinion here for me, I think that Rogue is, so I think that Demon Hunter is definitely, I prefer Demon Hunter over Rogue in Diablo 4. Kind of wish they kind of would have taken the Demon, or I'm not saying taking the Demon Hunter design, but I wish they would have separated the Rogue into two classes. Make Rogue the assassin, literally the assassin class, and then bring over something like Demon Hunter as the range class or the range whatever. Xavier Song. Yeah, I'd be fine with that too, as like the ranged, you know. What's cool is the artists are cool. People listening to the songs live and the words about the MCA because they're not tied to a recommended. That's great, actually. That's great for YouTube, actually. Maybe great for YouTube. That's actually interesting. I love Trap Assassins from D2. Hammered in from D2 back in the day. You miss it so much. It better be good for you too, because that's where they put the music. Well, that's a little bit different, Photon. I think if they put up their own music, yeah, I think YouTube is fine with it. But if you put up their music or use their music for like a video or something like that, YouTube might feel a different way about it. Like, YouTube is extremely strict.
I am skilled at clarifying gems.
I am returning to town.
Me a favorite character in media, comics, anime, video games. Huh. Actually, I really thought about it. That's a wide net. Hold on. Comics with Spider-Man. Anime, I'm still have to say Dragon Ball Z, just because that's like what started it for me. Favorite character in Dragon Ball Z would be Gohan.
I must wait longer.
Video games. Warcraft 3: The Frozen Throne. Favorite character in that was Thrall. As far as media is concerned, I'm not sure. I like the 128 is like just like one level too high. Because if I lose my squares, it kind of gets a little chunky. I think it's gonna be a song for that one with how much of a deeper cut that is. Yeah, let's just stick to 127s. Which is fine.
Let's see the gem.
I need to go back. Your slip.
You look like you could use a
Okay.
deal. See you soon. Are you ready?
I'm overburdened.
You look like you could see you soon. That will look nice on you. Fortune favor. What a steal.
During DMs, okay. I hope Harrison can find some peeps, even if it's just like a 3-man party. I'd be down for that. I'm not concerned about how fast we're doing, but more so that we can actually do them. Obviously, it'd be better to have 2 monks, but yeah.
I wish I could do that. I must wait longer.
Got a bar so we can do 3 people. Yeah, I'm down for that. I am not picky at all. I'm like ultra casual this season, bro. Okay. As long as y'all good with it, I'm good with it.
I must wait longer.
So you DM me your Blizzard code? Okay, I'll add you right after this.
My hatred is too low. Need more. Bleed, you filth. I must wait longer.
Didn't message her the Spider-Man one. Dawn Tracker, what's going on? Alright.
I am returning to town.
Alright. Weird. Hold on. BNet app is messing up. There we go. All right, sent. Did Frosty suck is playing LA until you do leave for work? Let me grab my whatchamacallit real quick. For my follower.
An ally has left my party, but my foes are weaker. May the gods who abandoned us come to your aid one last time.
So we'll grab this,
An
that.
ally has joined my party, but my foes gain strength.
Sorry, yeah, I just switched over.
That would not be wise.
Sorry about leaving that. No, man, no, you're fine. You're fine. Kill them all. I see Paragon has the best skill tree of any action RPG. Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. It's so good. There's a little bit of lag, but I'm good. Let's see, Pog has like literally like some of the best systems in general. Not even just the skill tree, but just in general. Crafting, trading, best solo self found mode. I mean, 4K Paragon, you must play 24/7. Not really. I mean, getting Paragon is pretty easy this season. People are just farming like GR 150s basically in like 3 minutes or whatever. So like Paragon is quite easy. You also no longer need to like, you know, go for pulls anymore due to the altar. So like, okay, and grab. Just a 900 Paragon, yeah. No, since you heard his song. Sir Duncan with the sub. 15 months. What up, sir? I need to redo my sub badges because you know, for those who have been subscribed for a long time. I guess when I made the sub badges, I just didn't think I'd had anyone like subscribe for that long ever. 15 months go by fast, yeah. I almost salvaged my You need your 4-year, bitch. I know, right? I'm still stuck on the 1 year. I think it's like the most I got so far. The gray hair 1 year is perfect. You mean Ultra Instinct? You're rapping too fast. Can you slow it down? House trance now. No. Juicy gym up, sir. But now that you're about to teach you more, are you gonna push to streaming? I mean, I probably won't do more than what I've done. So what I've been doing, I guess you could say. Because I mean, I kind of already stream like what 6 nights a week usually now, or anywhere between 4 to 6 hours. So I don't really know like how much more I really could do than that. But in terms of like, I think honestly it's more so about the. My bad, y'all. It's more so about like what I'm gonna do with the YouTube part of it, because that's the part that suffers more. Because like obviously when it's hard to have time to do all of them, right? Like the YouTube videos and stream, and also like you know work. That's where it gets a bit tricky. You gotta get more fans. D4 years is not that high these days. Oh yeah, no, but like it's hard to step outside of a genre, I guess you could say, that kind of sort of defines you initially, right? Because not everybody's gonna follow you to a different game or different games per se. Like I'm still gonna play D4. Don't get me wrong. There's always some fun to be had, and there's always an audience that likes to watch me play D4. But I think what I need is just other games to play when I'm kind of done with that season. So like after about a good 3 weeks of D4, what else do I want to do after that? And anything action RPGs, guys, watch people for the personalities, not the games. Yeah, I wish. The funny thing about it is that, like, that's not the norm. I'll put it that way. I mean, you can almost like look at Woody Joe for a good example. Like anytime that he plays PoE, like the original PoE, he doesn't really get much of an audience at all. But it's still an action RPG. But people don't really care to watch him play, even though he's really freaking good at it. Like today, for instance, like he didn't even break 500 viewers for PoE 1 today. And it's like crazy considering how good Woody Joe actually is at the game. Like they'll watch him play PoE 2, and then they'll watch him play D4, even D3, but they will not watch. They don't really seem to care to watch him play Path of Exile, the original. Sorry, Harrison, and I might try and juggle multiple things at once. I might be messing up a few things. What's Ellie? Last Epoch. Do I play anything other action RPGs like off stream or anything? I play like fighting games off stream generally. My stream doesn't tend to, or my audience doesn't really tend to too much care for fighting games. So I usually play like fighting games off stream. And depends on the roguelike. I think Hades does okay on my stream, but like if it's anything that they haven't heard before, that's like a roguelike, it definitely won't do good on stream. For me, that is. But with that being said, Sir Duncan, I'm taking the risk by really getting into Monster Hunter WoWs next Friday. So next Friday, I'm gonna be like almost purely Monster Hunter WoWs for a bit, until like new stuff comes in Diablo 4 or whatever, whether that's a PTR or whatever. So that's what I want to do. But I know I'm gonna take a pretty big, huge viewer hit. But I'm hoping to make, some new viewers maybe that might like watching me play. I don't know. We'll see. Monster Hunter's gonna be used on Twitch. Yeah, but like you gotta remember, the bigger a game is, the more streamers are in that space, the less likely someone is going to discover you that don't know you. So even if a game is big, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're gonna get those viewers. Just keep in mind, like a lot of big names are gonna be streaming that, so like they're not gonna be looking at people they don't know all the way down at the bottom of the of Twitch. So, you think you like Monster Hunter? Oh no, I mean I've been playing Monster Hunter. I don't know. I don't think you were here, but I played the beta, both of the betas the past 2 weekends or whatever. And I played World for about 300 hours way back, but mostly casual. So I'm really looking forward to WoWs because I'm gonna not be as casual this time. I'm gonna actually like take it like seriously. Did most of the streamers you watch play a bunch of games? Are they already established streamers though, or are these like small streamers? Like, are there like your DAP mods or your Pokemains or your like, you know, like those that can do variety because they're just that big? Not saying you watch Pokemon. I'm just giving an example. Like if I can be in anyone's shoes, like I would love to be like in like that mod's shoes for the most part. You can kind of play any game that has a grinding component to it, and like people will watch. But he's also like, you know, he's been streaming for a long time, so like he's obviously earned that. But yeah, he can literally go anywhere, and like he will never like go below 1,500 viewers at any time. No matter what game he chooses to play. That's awesome. I didn't know you played it before. I'm gonna try to take this one seriously too. I've only put like 4,000 hours. I actually did play some Rise, like a little bit of Rise before season 7 started, just because I haven't played it before. So I did like 60 hours into that. That was fun. But yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to WoWs. It felt great taking down Arkvale with the Great Sword solo. That was actually kind of cool. Who was good with the StarCraft 2? You know what, man? You know what? Honestly, I really wish I would have started streaming then. Like, had I streamed when I was a pro at that point, bro, like my audience size playing, you know, coming from that game or playing that game would have been nuts. But you find that once to get over about 500 viewers, the conversations break down. That's another thing too. I kind of think about too, because I like being able to respond to everybody in chat. I can never fathom myself like having like DM size chat, right, where people are like spamming a bunch of things and whatnot, and I can't respond to something that might be a question because it might pop up for like 3 seconds before it's like gone off the, you know, off the screen or whatever. You're playing Chivalry 2. I don't know what it's about Rise, but it fell off to you. I haven't really gotten far enough to where like the game started, you know, I guess cheesy isn't really the right word for it. Like, I made it all the way into Sunbreak, and then I played like maybe 3 or 4 missions of Sunbreak before it was time for D4 again. So but I mean, I enjoyed it for what it was, and just getting back to the idea of what Monster Hunter is, I guess, at its core was fun. Am I gonna try Marvel Rivals? No. Nah. If I do, it'd be off stream, but I'm not really a shooter kind of guy, honestly. And that would be horrible for streaming for me, honestly. Is Marvel? Yeah, but like, yeah, I'm not gonna sit here and watch that. Let's be honest. That's not what y'all come here for. You're not a Call of Duty game. Nah, but I think it's a cool game though. Like, but I don't know. I think for me too, sometimes like I don't like games where I'm 100% dependent on a team. I'll put it that way. Sometimes I deal with it. Like I play Heroes of the Storm for quite a bit. But I was also like, I knew like the Blizzard universe, so it was kind of fun in that sense. But yeah, I don't like playing games where like I'm 100% reliant on like the rest of my team to actually like not be dog shit, including myself. If you notice, with like when I play, usually I play solo, right? If you notice, like sometimes I'll play in a group with friends, but I'm mostly a solo writer. Stop ratings. I would totally watch you learn the game, probably. I was seeing also seeing like you need to kind of get a regular crew together. Yeah, pretty much. And then so that means you have to kind of be like you kind of want to be on comms, and if I'm on comms, I can't talk to my chat. So you see how that kind of like doesn't really help, ish. I want to know when Blizzard is going to fix the memory release in D4. Never. It's already been like a year and a half. A little over a year and a half. If they haven't fixed it by now, it's not happening. Which sucks, honestly, especially as a streamer, man. The amount of times where like my stream will crash because of that. I mean, that game is like a reskin Overwatch. It's actually doing considerably better than Overwatch is currently. However, Overwatch is coming out with a really big update. So we'll kind of see if that brings people back. Barrage is Overwatch for characters that people actually care about. Yeah, pretty much. Y'all watch any sports? I watch basketball. Football too, but mostly the playoffs. It's kind of really it. It's more so like I don't really have time to kind of like follow a lot of those things. Like if you're a content creator and you also like work a full-time job, it's kind of hard to follow much of what's going on. Because usually even when you're not like streaming or like that, you have to think about preparing for streaming and what you gotta do for your stream, and like kind of content you're gonna do. Like it's never just kind of just going, sitting at your computer and being like, all right, I'm gonna hit the start button and kind of just see what happens, right? Some days maybe, but like most of the time you do kind of have to prepare for that. Let me see your jump going. It's okay. I mean, it's kind of like the off season per se, where there's no after school activities or anything like that. So like my days are not as long. Hence I'm able to stream a little bit more during like this time frame versus like the summer. Yeah, but with that being said though, guys, I better see all y'all when I'm playing Monster Hunter Wilds. All of y'all. Every bit. You better come by, at least say hi. And being like, even if you don't like the game, be like, you know what? I see what you're trying to do, the outside. You're trying to branch out a little bit. I'm just here to support and say hi. That's all I need. Because honestly, I think WoWs would be a great game to kind of segue into when I don't have anything else to do in the action RPG world. Let me see that law in action though. Crafty, what's up, man? You played b-ball in school and was a huge fan. The NBA is so weak now. When I was growing up, they allowed guys to play defense. Now it's fouls when they look at each other. It's so frustrating. Here's the thing, though. Like, so, I would say part of that is true. I don't think it's not as bad as people kind of make it out to be. Like the older heads make it out to be. However, yeah, the newer rules definitely benefits the offense, so it is a lot harder to play defense nowadays. And you know, especially like the whole like James Harden era, where he was basically literally like just fishing for fouls the entire time, which was complete mess, man. I hated watching James Harden play, man, back when he was with the Rockets. But people saw how effective that was, so a lot of people started trying to do what James was doing, and then you kind of had a lot of that foul baiting, basically. They got spoiled as a kid, all the hardcore boy. Well, I mean, I was there too, though. Like, I'm 40, so like I was with you when, like, you know, the Carmelo, John Stockton, the bad boy Pistons days. So I remember all those, the Jordan rules, etc. There's but yeah, I mean, I do agree with the idea of, you know, it's hard to play defense. Even in the NFL, it's kind of hard to play defense, because like every little thing you do, you're gonna get flagged for. Ah, man. It's right here, Shinden. I feel like they just want to win back, then they show to the games and 1% dresses now. I'm just... They can't even tackle anymore, yeah. They, yeah. If like more than your fingertips touch the quarterback, it's like unnecessary roughness call, basically. With that being said, though, I'm not gonna. I don't hate the player for doing what they have to do with the current rules, basically. Like if that's giving you the winning formula, then you do what you got to do. And it's up to the league to actually, you know, find ways to kind of make that more interesting again, or make defense matter again. You know what I mean? Yeah, Harden was just the worst offender. Yeah, well, true. Didn't Rip Hamilton do a lot of that too? Wade as well. Not nearly as bad as James Harden though. Like, you can kind of like, I mean, you look at it sometimes and you be like, okay, yeah, you know, I saw what he was trying to do. But like James Harden would literally like create. He creates the foul. Basically, it's not even baiting anymore. Like he creates the foul. Like even if you don't get in his way, he'll sit there and like bring it. Like he'll sit there and put like a dummy on the court and then run on the dump, like run into the dummy and get the foul call. Like he'll find some way to make it happen. Like it was just so overblown when Harden did it. I'm not saying others didn't foul bait. I mean, I'm sure others did it too. But the extent was just. Remember James Harden piggybacking other players and the other got the call? Yes, I remember that. Yeah, Jordan will have LeBron literally in tears. I don't think so. I won't say. I'm not like a. Looking at it today, I mean, I think people think that LeBron is weak, and that's not the case. He plays in an era in which you have to kind of flop to get your calls, or you flop to get your calls. So you do what you do to win, right? But if you look at LeBron's physique and you look at Jordan's physique, LeBron could have taken it back then. Let's be honest. Like LeBron could have taken that from the old heads back then. Some of your generational superstars would have been just fine in like the old, you know, and like the older generations. Like LeBron would have been fine. Because like generational superstars just adapt. Just like some of your like, you know, players now, or old, like the older players could do fine in today's NBA. I mean, they'll just adapt. That's what generational players do. But like, yeah, I mean, I would never call LeBron weak. He just does what he does because that's just how it is nowadays. You play to win. So yeah, he's flopping, and I don't like it. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I don't like anyone who does that, but like it just kind of is it just is what it is. You know, you're getting paid to play to win games. So again, I don't hate the player. You know, the league needs to do something about that. What about new player versus Shaq though? I mean, honestly, let's be honest. I mean, there are some that can I don't say go toe to toe with Shaq, but like, I mean, Giannis would be a great example of that. Jokic would be another example of that. Like, those guys would be fine versus Shaq. Like, would Shaq still dominate like he did? Probably, but like they won't. Like the guys against Mission won't be pushovers, right? Embiid might be a pushover, but that's a whole nother story. We won't talk about Embiid, but Harden's defense used to annoy you more than the Flash. Yo, he had one good defensive moment. Jiggle, you remember that one defensive moment that actually like won the series in the playoffs? The one block he got. And then he threw the ball like at the defender, basically. I think it was OKC, if I'm not mistaken. Playoff series versus OKC. And, like he threw the ball off of whatchamacallit. That one block, the one time he played defense ever. What defense was like? It was like, oh, Hardy can play defense, maybe, kind of. That one time. The one time it mattered, he did it. He was bringing that World Cup soccer foul energy. You need to see that picture. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's on YouTube somewhere. I mean, it's like literally the only time he played defense, and it was like literally like the series changer. Like Rockets would have lost that series had he not gotten that block. It was like that crucial. Like it was such a important play. It almost looked like it was scripted. Like like it almost looked like it was scripted. It was like that insane. Like there's no way this wasn't set up. This wasn't set up. I can't click the pylon. There you go. I couldn't click it. Kawhi's laugh is goated. True. Actually, I haven't really been watching the Clippers this season. Is he actually playing now? I'm so used to him not playing that I just automatically assume it's just Clippers without Kawhi, or Kawhi is like in the audience. Like, is he actually like playing now? But Jiggle, did you play ball, or did you play b-ball growing up, like a lot?
I can't carry anymore.
He's on street. He's in street clothes. Last time you checked. Oh, he played today. He still lets his ass questionable. Well, I guess that's progress, I guess. Whether, Kawhi's off with his game because reasons. Heard about Wemby? Yeah, today I did. Yeah. Blood clot in his right shoulder, man. I hope it's not as serious, honestly. Like, that'd be so horrible. Like, his career gets cut short if it becomes anything more than like just something that doesn't spread. And they also just picked up like DeAndre Foss with the trade, the Spurs and stuff like that too. So there was kind of momentum going, whereas like, oh well, But Let's see if I can pick you up. That's not gonna let me. Guru, what's going on? Played pickup on the blacktop as a kid, and then play in high school, then play a year in college. Now I just play pickup at your local elementary school outside court in the YMCA. I used to play a lot when I was younger, mostly at the Boys and Girls Club, and then recreational leagues. And I would never play with kids like my age. I would always play like with like the next grade school kids. So like if I was at elementary school, I'd play with the middle school kids. But when I was in middle school, I played with the high school kids. Like, I'm coming, I'm sorry. I was reading chat. I got you. But yeah, I never grew, so like basically I could never really like go any further. Cause I didn't have like, you know, Muggsy Bogues, you know, type talent. I was good, but not good enough to circumvent my height. So I'll just spin. Could I dunk? Well, at 40, no. I can't dunk now, no. When I was in my 20s, I could, like barely. We're talking about like barely. You're 6'1"? Okay, so like you got that, like, you know, lower, like, you know, like the small guard height, that Stephen Curry, Damian Lillard height or whatever. I was like, I wasn't even 5 foot tall when I was in like when I reached high school. I think when I graduated high school, I was like 5'5", 5'4", 5'5", somewhere around that range. I didn't get like I didn't grow like until I didn't reach like 5'8", 5'9" until I was like towards the end of college. Kevin Garnett went to Malden High, which is like 15 minutes from your high school. It's crazy to think I'm the height of Stephen Curry because he looks so small compared to everyone else. Yeah, I know, right? I met, speaking of which, I met Muggsy Bogues in person, by the way. At a random Sprint store. I think it was, so I was going to get my phone fixed, and then Muggsy basically walks into the Sprint store, and like I knew Muggsy was short, I knew he was short, but like when I saw him, I'm like I think that's Muggsy, but I'm not sure. He's like really short. Like I'm like, that can't be him, right? So I'm sitting there like sitting in a Sprint store for like 30 minutes while he's there with his family and like, you know, some like jogging pants and like a sweatshirt or whatever, right? Just like chilling. And then somebody else walks in the Sprint store. It's like, yo, that's Muggsy. And I'm just like, damn, that really is Muggsy, right? So I took a picture with him because of course I had, you know, I had to ask. I'm like, yeah, can I get a pic or whatever? He's like, yeah, sure, whatever. So I took a picture with him, and like I was towering over him. Like he looked real short compared to me, and and I'm pretty short. And like this dude was balling in the NBA. This guy, right? It's crazy to think about. Just how good he had to be to sit there and like play with, you know, then, you know, people who generally, you know, where the NBA was more centered around getting big men to play versus like, you know, guards carrying teams. And he was literally like playing in that era. That's like nuts. Aliens had to take his talent. Yeah, Space Jam. We got a conduit. Well, the run was salvaged. It was rough, but yeah, we got through it. Conduit was clutch at the end, though. Almost got my main gems up. And you have an idea what kind of build you're gonna do in Monster Hunter? Honestly, so like, I know what weapon I'm gonna main. I don't know what build I'm gonna do though, because I mean, there isn't really that much information in terms of like, you know, what new decorations and skills or whatever is in the game, right? So like, it's kind of hard to know what route you're really gonna go. But I'm gonna start with Grace. I'm gonna main Grace Sword, which is the polar opposite of what I normally would do. I'm usually like a range dude that likes to be very quick and agile. So I played Dual Blades actually in World. That was my main in World. So to go from Dual Blades to Grace Sword is like a it's like a complete, like the complete opposite. The James Harden build, the all offense, no defense. I YOLO way too hard on Dual Blades, man. I'm always way too risky. I'm calculated with Grace Sword, but I'm always I'm always way too risky when I play Dual Blades. I can't Dual Blade the way I want to Dual Blade until like I actually truly learn the monster like inside out. Whereas with Grace Sword, I tend to play more strategically, even when I don't know. Like, but Dual Blades is kind of like YOLO, literally the entire time for me. 2 blues. Oof. I saw that explosion happen. That grotesque. No. Watching the monk jump in after reviving looks like he's playing double dutch with the affixes. Do I go in now? Do I go in now? Do I go in now? Bro, I'm having a hard time just clicking pylons, man. Power. Oof.
What do you need?
Alright, first gem to 150, yay.
I am returning to town.
Should kind of keep those strong arms. And then the nemesis bracers, really.
You look like you could use a new item. Lucky you. What a steal.
I'm overburdened.
Fortune favors. I've seen better.
Give me 1 sec. I'll do that. I'll grab a next run.
Still waiting.
I'll take off. Soon to get a warrior ring to get things going. It's always like the first couple of battles you're doing Act 1 when you're really wanting the warrior ring, like never gives you it. But then if you just do any bounties after you already have it, it will always drop from the Act 1 bounty cache. Just never when you want it to. Getting to bed. All right, man. You have a good one. I'll be here because this is like my normal stream time. 6 days a week. Usually take off on Sundays unless it's like a season launch or whatever that weekend. Then I'll play that Sunday. Like for instance, Monster Hunter Wild comes on Friday, so I'll definitely stream on Sunday or that Sunday. Alright, see you, man. Yeah, I'm at the drop Sentry for Mark. As long as you're good with that.
You have a gem?
to go back.
Come on. All right, 2 150s now. All right, let me pull out. Valley of Death.
Well, I could get accustomed to that.
You look like you could use a new item of what? I didn't even know I had that thing. Fortune favors the black.
I cannot afford
I
that.
didn't even know I had that thing.
Okay, I got 2 150s right now. The other one is at 146. And I guess later I can get my stricken up. I don't really need it like today. I'm still working on my stricken for like the lower level, so we can do like lower speeds at that point then. After I get my take up to 150. Which should be in about maybe 1 or 2 runs. Just if the game is not gonna be finished, you know, if I get my 60%. No. Skip. Okay. Zero. I'll drop Vengeance and throw on Sanctuary. It's been like a while since I played the DDA, so I didn't know how much toughness I actually really needed. But I think I can do without vengeance. Does the burst search triggered by the right altar potion event? Yes. Are you gonna drop a gen and put Sanct on? Still learn anything about either. Yeah, I think you can keep all your gens. We only got like one, maybe one more 150 after this. And then I'll throw back on the Guardian turret for the 25% damage reduction. I'll just remove Vengeance. All right, let me see if I can get 4. Nope, failed 2 already. Failed 3. Ah, kidding me. Failed 4 out of 5. Reset. It's your Garden Century. Oof. Let me relax. Taking grass wasn't the 150s. I'm not doing anything. I'm just I'm just ZDation. The real challenge is when I do a solo. Alright, let me see if I can get these upgrades now. Alright, 148, 149, 150. There we go. Get it. So the 3 main gyms are 150. So yeah, we can drop down now. I appreciate that. Eventually, I'll need to get my stricken at 152, but definitely not now because it's only it's only at like 80. It's only at 46 right now. So. It's a jug. Okay, I'm leaving. Monk cheating. Jumping over walls and stuff. Aga, what's going on?
Your valor is unsurpassed. I've become stronger.
Let me save over this one. There you go.
An ally has left my party, but my foes are weaker.
Bro, Harrison, I appreciate it. What do you? I'll put some feelers out for speeds if we can. Yeah, that's fine.
Fortune
That's fine.
what a steal.
In the meantime, I might
Back again.
Can't carry anymore.
I'll solo until you get a third or a fourth, if you're cool with that. I kind of want to see what these new gym ups do from my personal solo speeds now.
You look like you could use a new ICU soon.
Just those were huge. But yeah, hit me up. Hit me up when you find a party. Yeah, yeah, true. How many keys I have left, anyways? 30. Okay, it's not too bad. I won't be on for too much longer. Probably find some keys after doing a couple of risks just to kind of see where my call is at. Let's see if these. Oh, I gotta do my Paragon. Yeah, that was like almost 100 Paragon for me. I forgot the. I'm gonna need to get myself another flavor, so I don't have to keep changing out my follower. Keep forgetting to like save one. I'll put it that way. What was I doing? Was it 120 I was doing? Let's see what 130 feels like. Whoops. Where the mob's at. Missile dampening. Eric. Yeah. I agree. 132 easy. I don't know, but I did have like a power pylon on this too as well. But I want y'all to keep it like between 2.5 minutes roughly. It's looking like I can do that on 130 now with the new gem ups. Being able to hit the 130 like this speeds, I think, is actually quite nice for solo. Fully augmented? No, I'm not. I'm still missing four pieces. Quiver, restraint, mantle of channeling. For some strange reason, I have not found a decent ancient version of this yet. So I guess 3 pieces. Just 3 pieces. So not quite fully augmented. Gee, what's going on? Want to go back to Crimson for your push? Most likely, yeah. Because I mean, by the time I do push, I mean, I'll be at a point where Guardians is kind of start to fall off. So it'll probably be not fall off, but you know, diminishing returns. So yeah, most likely Captain Crimson. I guess although it depends on what version of Shadow I'm gonna push with eventually. I don't know if I'm gonna do cold or fire. Fire is a lot less fishing, but also cold has a slightly higher ceiling. I think it might just be determined on what kind of quiver I get. Maybe we'll see. Just test out how long you play for the last time Crucibles were up in season 27. Guess I'm grinding to do the match. Yeah, I won't have any time. Like I won't have time to do it. Like I started the season a bit late, obviously, as you can tell. But I got to like next Friday, basically. Once next Friday hit, that's it for any Diablo adventures for a bit until new things come to D4. Casual 540 hours. Oh, for that season, yeah, probably. What were you doing earlier, Chief? I saw you were doing your 150s. Were you monking this time? Is gifting a Prime sub not a thing anymore on Twitch? Oh no, it is. It absolutely is. So yeah, if you got a Prime sub you want to use on Twitch, I'd be more than happy to take the free sub, of course. You haven't done your monk stuff yet, Chief? I was just playing with Harrison and I think another gang member. Was it A-Noon or something like that? Z-Barb. Only 5k plus a lot of money. Gotcha. I guess for... Yeah, I guess... Yeah. Shit, you're very much. Hey man, you carried. You did your thing, sir. I wouldn't have got my gem house without you, so I appreciate you. They're all 6.3 plus got banned. It's not the amount of Paragon they had. It is whether they were botting or not. If they were botting like a lot, they got hit. Like Wario got hit, etc. Nash Tente, what's going on? What do I think about the NGM impale setup? It's popular. It gives you a decent, like, weapon in terms of like base damage over like the traditional dagger for last point or whatever. Also allows for perma vengeance too as well. I typically don't really like... I don't like the setup that much. Only because you have to find a way to be able to get movement speed. So that means you have to kind of give up a passive and some things just to be able to kind of get decent movement speed or whatever when you go with that setup. Also, same thing with the traditional dagger. The reason why I like Echoing Fury as much as I do is because I don't have to worry about that. Like, I get the movement speed from the Echoing Fury itself. The attack speed allows me to be able to strafe weave some extra impale shots for just a little bit more DPS. The only downside to this, honestly, is the fact that you have a lower uptime on vengeance. So it can be pretty squishy when vengeance is down. But as long as you're aware of that, it's a very powerful setup. But I think people don't really want to. I get it. Like when you're like speed farming Paragon and stuff like that, you don't really want to pay attention like that, right? You just want to Netflix and spin. Can I sell skills? I mean, it's mostly what you would normally see. It's not like I didn't go too far out the norm. Like Bola, obviously, Shadow Power, obviously, Vengeance, Wolf. Straight DPS passives except for Throw the Hunt for the Call the Weaken, Bane the Trap buff from a distance. That's pretty much it. Now I did go really no, actually I didn't go Glass Eater, never mind. And that's I thought Warrior was reformed. For D4 he was, not D4, not D. So he actually does no cheating in D4 at all. But he does all the cheats in D3. So he's legit in D4. But that's it. And like he'll tell you straight up, like he admits it straight up, like because he came on my stream yesterday. It was like, yeah, I got banned.
Hello there. Don't forget, luck always changes.
I think now he was playing Ukapa's account today. But he's like not even on his account because banned. Your server for Maxroll for D4 stuff, yeah. Rogue things. Lightning knows to be better than cold. Yeah, lightning is definitely better because what happens is cold you need to like line things up. So cold is good for pushing, but for like speeds, you don't have time to line anything up. So oftentimes your cold impale will hit like only maybe 1 or 2 targets or whatever. So like because you're not getting anything to line up, you're really missing out on the back end part of your damage. Whereas lightning, it ricochets. So it can hit something and then it ricochets to 2 different targets. So since you're not fighting a bunch of things at one time, lightning is just considerably more efficient because you get the bounce and the bounce will auto home. So you're never like losing out on your damage. Whereas with cold, things are so spread out that you almost never get the straight line hits. So that's the problem with going with cold. You still can, it just won't be as efficient as lightning. In fact, I would like if I would actually say cold is probably the 3rd worst rune for speeds. Like fire is actually not bad for speeds if you want to play a more kind of pullback style. The fire is better for like the higher but slower speeds, like just because of this power to nuke things like really, really quickly. But you're definitely gonna take advantage of having like full squirts uptime or whatever like that. So you have to play kind of a little more careful and a little further back. But I actually used to do fire initially when the season first came out. Yeah, I switched to lightning like later on that season for speeds. Running 125s in 1-2 minutes right now. For cold and extended build lightning. Yeah, but it'll be better with lightning though. I'm not saying that cold is terrible. I think people misunderstand when I say that cold is not as good. I'm not saying it's terrible. I'm just saying lightning is more efficient. Because you'll be able to guarantee you will naturally hit more targets in the speed scenario than you will with cold. This is such a bad map. Shout out to LD Monk. They have a link. I don't have any Maxroll planners. I kind of erased all my D3 planners a while back. But I do have an impale video. I do have some videos on my YouTube, like of me doing the speeds as well as the push impale stuff as well, push multi shots, those kind of things. To try to LED Monk. I actually did do a little bit of that in season 27, like a tad. I did kind of like it. I've always kind of liked Belmonk actually. I didn't play much of it, but I did. Yeah, that was a bad run because freaking keeps. I'm sorry, I read that you made me do D4 content. Well, I mean, I used to play a lot of D3. I don't anymore. I only come back for seasons that I like. The bad taste of launch, how broken it was. It's a vastly different game than what it was at launch. I mean, it's still not like, it's still got work to be done. Don't get me wrong, but it's a much better game than what it was at launch. But let's be honest. Most Diablo games launched pretty bad. D2 launched bad too, but people kind of forget about that. It wasn't until LOD that D2 kind of became what it is today, but it also had it was a pretty awful game at the start. D3 was an awful game at the start. D4 was an awful game at the start. Blizzard tends to have a habit of doing that. I messed up. Awful map. Shit, where's the other blue at? Oh. It's all good, Harrison. Then I think Chief Keef kind of forgets a little bit. He was telling me that like when I was going for like, I'll say yeah, I'm gonna do impale, push over like that. And he's like, it's very very squishy. And I'm like, bro, do you not know my MO? Did you forget what my MO is? Even Wario likes watching me push because I push with less Paragon and like half the toughness than everyone else does on all my Demon Hunter builds. It's like, you know this, son. You know this, sir. I know it's been a bit, though. In fact, with the impale push, I'm trying to figure out what armor cube slot am I going to put. Because I don't want to... I should go for the toughness, but the MO is glass cannon, so we'll kind of see how I fare. So refresh and break sometimes. Yeah, D3 been playing for a few weeks now. What did you got my numbers on Twitch from Jimmy D3? Then he did D4 and PoE 2 for the time he was on. Yeah. Also, it was also a really good season too, though. Like you also gotta remember, like this was a really popular season theme. So it definitely got attention because, you know, it was definitely one of the better ones to do. I can tell you right now that since all the good themes have already like happened, I guess you could say, like next season's theme for Diablo 3 is probably not gonna have it. Like it's gonna be kind of quiet for anyone like streaming on Twitch, just because you already had your you had ethereals, you had like that's already gone. Soul Shards is already gone. Omnicube is gone. Fourth cube slot is gone now. You know, like. You know what I mean? Like, what's next in rotation? That's gonna be fun. Am I gonna switch to Captain Crimson at some point? It depends on how much Paragon I end up with before I choose to push. The consensus is really about like roughly about 2200 Paragon. I make the switch to Captain Crimson, but that just depends on whether or not I actually choose to farm that many Paragons before pushing. Oh, whoops. Although I probably should though, because if I choose to make the attempt to do it with fire and like Echoing Fury and just kind of kill along the way, I'm gonna absolutely need Captain Crimson for that. Like, for sure. Mainly because of the channeling pylon, really, honestly, but yeah. I don't want to go over 2.5 minutes at most. But I had like two pretty mediocre back-to-back runs. This was okay.
Need more time. I'm returning to town.
I mean, to be fair, it took D3 years to get to where it was. Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, that tends to be the MO for Blizzard games ever since they merged with Activision. Before the Microsoft acquisition, of course, but yeah, like when they first decided to merge with Activision, that was kind of that seemed to be the MO. Release unfinished games, fix it later over the course of years.
Such a brave. Don't forget, luck always changes.
I'm overburdened.
Don't be shy. Don't forget, luck always changes. Fortune favors the boy. See you soon.
I cannot afford that.
No. UE push win next week. I'll probably do UE first and then do Shadow last, and then what do Shadow next. At this point, honestly, it's just making sure I get the pieces. If I can get the pieces I need quickly, I'll shoot for it. Because I mean, I can do that like right at 2K Paragon or a little bit under. Boo with the sub, appreciate you. At that point, I'll just be getting the right map, the normal fishing stuff. I'll go with the Odyssey's in setup. Fun fact though, I was actually the first one to push with the UE Odyssey's in back in season 27. At the time, people were saying it was too squishy to do it. And I'm like, but the damage is insane and you should do it. And then I told Woody Joe to do it, and then he did it. Amazon made that different. Oh, that was you. Okay. Did you do a Prime though? Or did you do like a regular subscription? It was Prime? Okay. Cool, cool. Lost my squares buff. How to use a computer? Yeah, for some strange reason, I think isn't it harder to like sub on Prime on mobile or something like that, from what I heard. I'm forgetting to get my focus and restraint buff up. I think it's falling off more than I would like to admit. You going to do it on PC? Yeah, okay. Why is that? I started off okay, and then I got keeps.
I may be able to help you. You have a gem?
It really isn't really the GR level. It's just the map.
I need to go back.
Because Twitch wants you to spend money. I mean, but if you can, I don't know, like, I don't know how that makes them more money by preventing people from like on mobile to be able to use Prime though. You just go to your PC and do it, I guess. I don't know if that strategy actually works, where people just get frustrated and then be like, you know what, screw that. I'm not gonna go to my PC. I'm gonna just go ahead and just, you know, regular subscribe or whatever. Like, does that work? I don't know. Lost my squirts.
Need more hatred to do that.
Game, it's like Tetris at the D4. I want you to be like, oh well, I don't have a PC and it's not coming up, so I guess I don't have it. I'll spend the $6 or the 16 for Turbo.
Let's see the gem. Good to see you.
I'm not gonna lie, for older gaming age world. That's the thing. The art style is actually not that, like the visuals are actually not bad. They're just colorful for a Diablo game, if that makes sense. But if this wasn't called Diablo, like if this wasn't a Diablo game, I don't think people would have any issues with like the art style. I just only had issue with it because it was a Diablo game. That's why. And it's like, oh, it's colorful for a dark Diablo-ish, you know, game or whatever. Keep up my squirts. Don't lose it. Path of Rage 2 offline at the moment. Everyone's playing PoE. That's because PoE got a new event that happened today, literally today. So a lot of people are playing PoE at the moment. That's just the cycle of action RPGs, sir. When one action RPG gets a new update or a pretty massive update in something, everyone jumps to that action RPG, play it for a couple of weeks until the next action RPG gets a major update, and then people play that, and then you just do that. But for people who don't know, it's usually kind of like oh, what happened to other game, right? It's like, how come nobody's playing other game, but everybody's playing this game instead? But the reality is, it's just a cycle of action RPG life.
I can't carry anymore.
It's like everyone said when PoE 2 comes out, PoE will be forgotten, all like that.
I am skilled at clarifying gems.
I mean, it's funny because that's what they used to say, Frank. They used to say PoE 2 is superior. Then they played. Then after about a month or some change later, or actually not even some change, like about a month and a half later, now people are bagging on PoE 2 and saying how not good it is. And it all started with PoE's best player, Ben, basically kind of trashing the game. Like Ben thinks the game is garbage, and then people started following suit. So I don't know. It started out as being the best thing since sliced bread, right? And then people got to the end game, as you do with any action RPG. And then once you're kind of finished with everything, all of a sudden the game is no longer good. It's like, oh, I'm at the end game. All I'm doing is divine farming. That's all I'm doing. The game sucks. Blah blah blah. Whatever. That's what happens. Yep.
Let's see what happens.
Good old Reddit, basically.
Had that thing.
My pack is full.
Fortune favors the bold. What a steal.
And YouTube, yeah.
Do come back again. Anything could happen. Well, even that night.
I'm overburdened.
Yeah. I feel like Grim Dawn just didn't like launched in a interesting window. Like, had Grim Dawn launched when PoE launched, because like PoE got, I won't say lucky, but its launch couldn't have been its launch time couldn't have been any better. It was literally at the time where everyone was hating Diablo 3 and like how down bad people were with Diablo 3. So everyone was looking for another action RPG to play, and Path of Exile just happened to drop right then. At the perfect time with no other competition outside of that. But Path of Exile, when it first dropped, was actually pretty bad. It was a pretty bad game, but it was closer to D2 than Diablo 3 was, so people kind of stuck with it. Then over time, obviously, when they kept adding leagues and more mechanics like that, it became better and better and better, just like action RPGs do nowadays. But I think if Grim Dawn would have launched at that time instead of PoE, I think Grim Dawn would have had a much larger audience. Like Grim Dawn launched basically when PoE started to, gain some momentum, as well as Diablo 3 was, its expansion already came out and it was starting to look a little better. And then Grim Dawn launched, right? Like at that point it was like, oh, that's rough sort of thing. This is a bad run. It's a terrible run so far. I've lost my squares. I don't know how many times playing bad. Where he said, why do I not play female characters? I do sometimes. I do sometimes. I do in fighting games. For sure. I mean, I do sometimes. I guess I don't really look at it. Like, I don't really look at the gender when I'm playing the character. Like, I don't really care. I know some people have this kind of like, if I'm gonna look at a character from behind, it's got to be a female. But like, I just think that that's a silly thing. Because like, why would you be sexualizing a character on screen in the first place? Like literally pixels on the screen. Like this ain't hentai or anything. So maybe I just don't think about it. Yeah, I gotta just stick to 128 because like if I have a bad run, then it really feels like a bad run. Like my bad run should be like 2.5 minutes. That should be bad. Anything longer than that, I'm too high. Not wanting to ban your character is weird. Are we talking about like the Tomb Raider days, where that game sold as much money as it did because we were all horny teenagers at the time, and that was the closest thing we can get to a real girl. Let's be honest, why Tomb Raider sold as well as it did when it first came out. It was not for the gameplay. It was for the character development. It was absolutely the character development. You were curious on how certain areas of the character developed. That's exactly what that was. But the internet be wild though. There was one recent fighting game. I forgot what it was, but they literally bullied the devs into adding jiggle physics into like some fighting game, and like literally it became this big thing on Reddit, and like they won, and the devs was like, it's fine, and we're just like, are you serious, like bro, like right now, seriously? Like the game doesn't even lend itself to that type of like, you know, audience per se, and somehow the idea is to add jiggle physics to it because of some random thread that caught a lot of attention. So people started demanding for jiggle physics. Gonna play Blade and Soul. I actually like I like the combat in that, but I never was really like an MMO player though. MMOs just really wasn't for me. But I did play like Terra. Terra was a lot of fun.
I am returning to town.
I remember when Fortnite had Jiggle Faces once. He was like, no way. I mean, it's a great way to you know, get people or get, you know, 13-year-olds to buy your skins, right? So it was like, it's just today's Lara Croft, right? Today's Tomb Raider experience. Wow, this is a bad pack. Ray tracing jiggle. Forgot about that. Yeah, we got that new tech, right? We gotta make sure that the jiggle is smooth, so we have to add that frame generation to it, right? Make sure we see the physics and all of its, you know, high frame rate glory. Can't miss a frame. Directional adaptive motion. Oh man. The combat is great. PvP is sick. Talking about Blade and Soul. Yeah. What was I doing around that time though? I'm trying to remember, like, recall why I didn't give it a shot at that point.
I need to go back.
Man, I couldn't really get into the first-person shooters, man. Like, after GoldenEye 007, or I guess Perfect Dark actually is like the last one I like seriously played on like the N64. I don't know, man. When I started PC gaming, I just hated WASD movement. Like, I never really got used to it, so like it kind of hindered my ability to like play first-person shooters the way I kind of need to. So I just stopped bothering. Perfect Dark with the map. It was. I don't think it got the attention that really it should have gotten. It was basically a way better GoldenEye 007, and GoldenEye 007 was actually goated at the time.
You look like you could use a new one. Come back again. What? I didn't even know I had that thing. Fortune favors. You come back again.
Like I could play shooters on like the Switch, like, or even like the Wii. Like when you like could. What was Sega's shooter? There was like Sega had a shooter on the Wii U that was actually like really good. and like the aiming was actually a lot of fun with the remote or whatever, because you're literally pointing to a screen like that, so your aim was, you know, your arm, which was great. Was it? No, it wasn't Duck Hunter, but it was made by Sega, but I forgot what it was called. It was a good game. It just obviously, like, you know, shooters on the Wii U wasn't really you know, people didn't really take that seriously. Yeah, I forgot what it was called. Go. Yeah, I would say the action RPG community is usually like mostly welcoming. I say mostly. It can vary a bit depending on the game. But I would say for the most part, ow. I've not kept that score like at all most of this run due to the mob type. Went the wrong way. Rax was first when you found me. Did you get rated in by Rax? Or get rated in from Rax? That's usually how I think a lot of Rax viewers found me. Either that or like Rax might say something about me. Usually in the form of like the pushing stuff in Diablo 3. God, this is such a horrible floor. It was Maxroll? Okay. So if it was Maxroll, then that had to be D4 then. Because I didn't join the Maxroll team until Diablo 4. Although, funny story, they were trying to onboard me for Diablo Immortal at the time. To do Demon Hunter guys there for Diablo Immortal. And I actually don't remember the whole story. I think it just kind of fell through. Like, I don't think anyone was really at fault or whatnot, but I just think we just didn't really pull the trigger. Diablo was very controversial. Well, yeah. I mean, a Diablo game with, you know, free to play with, you know, a pretty aggressive pay to win model. Yeah. Ironically enough, though, like the core game was actually pretty good. Like if you kind of remove the whole legendary crest thing or whatever, like the base game was actually like pretty solid. It's actually in a very good state right now. But I don't think anyone's gonna ever really take Diablo Immortal seriously anymore. But it's actually in a very good state right now. The Diablo is just an abomination. I mean, its pay to win model was. The game itself is actually not bad at all. But people can't and won't separate the two. Yeah, like it's actually not a bad game at all. If you remove the like they, I guess after making their money, which is let's be honest, that's pretty much why you make a mobile game in the first place. After they made their money being aggressive with the pay to win, monetization of like that, they pull back on some of that. Not all of it, obviously, because it's still a mobile game, but they pull back on some of that. Especially for PvP, which was a very popular thing. PvP actually in Diablo Immortal was actually pretty solid. Definitely the better PvP I think I've played in any Diablo game. When your argument to play the do not have phones looking good. Well, I mean, my argument is more so of like, playing the game, right? Like actually playing the game and experiencing it, like many hours initially. I told myself I would spend no more than $80, and then after that, if I felt like I couldn't go any further, I would stop. And so when I got to a point where I couldn't go any further, and without with it kind of basically being a paywall, then I stopped. But until then, it was I actually have fun. Remember when Quintus and I spent $10K to play DI? That's the thing I found really interesting. All those, like, I get it, like for content, I get why they did it, but it's almost like, think about this for a second, right? Think about this, right? Sure, as a content creator, you'll make that money back because people are gonna throw you, which I think thought was kind of weird too. People were giving people like Quinn money to buy legendary crests, and it's just like, just to say, ha, look, this is pay to win. Like, let me show you how pay to win it is. But the thing about it is, how does that prevent or make the company look bad by you spending money in their game, which the primary purpose of them making a mobile game is for you to spend money in it. So if you spend $10,000 on the game, you think the company's upset about that? You can make as many YouTube videos as you want. You as a single individual basically bought hundreds of games with that money. I'm sure the corporate people on top is just like, is this how they're going to do it? Are they going to continue to spend money to prove to make a point that it's pay to win? I mean, we're corporate. We know it's pay to win. That's how we designed it, obviously. So you basically reiterating the fact that it is pay to win when we already know it's pay to win, and you're willing to shell out money to show it. Hey, I'm good with that. The suits up there, with the cigars is like, this is actually a really good strategy. They're actually just throwing money at us because they're mad at us. And they're going to keep throwing more money at us because they're mad. Like, I just thought that, again, as a content creator, Quinn made that money back plus more. But you only just made the suits laugh and smile. Like the people who were like at the top, you only just made their day. Yeah, I think Quinn's experiment took them 80%. So you're saying 80% of the player base didn't play the game because of that? You know how much money Diablo Immortal has made so far? If 80% of the player base just stopped playing, then the whales must have whaled really hard to keep that game afloat. Because keep in mind, content creators are not stop this way. Like the people that you see watching like YouTube videos and streams, they're the minority. We are the minority. We are not the majority. The people who play the games, like who actually play the games inside the game, are way more people who don't watch the Twitch streams, who don't watch the YouTube videos, who don't visit Discords, or they're not looking up guides. They're in the game playing. They're not consuming Reddit or anything like that. So like, think about it this way: when you play in the game or give it a go, you check YouTube or Twitch to see if you can like it. So you might do that. I would do that. And the people in this chat would do that. But you do know that the people who do that is a minority. Right? Like, you know, the people who actually check Twitch and YouTube before they play a game is a very small portion of the player base. You do realize that, right? Like, we are the minority. The people who watch Twitch streams are the minority. The people who stream, no, it's not. I'll give you an example, Frank Lucas. Let me tell you this. This is gonna blow your mind. Have you played D4, like any D4 at all? Like in the Frank, in like the recent or whatever? The places there. Okay, cool. I just want to make sure that my example makes sense. Okay. So think about it this way. Did you know that every month there are millions of players that actually play D4 on and off throughout the entire season? And also, did you know that over 90% of the player base don't make it out of tier 1 or tier 2 difficulty? But if you look at YouTube and Twitch and Reddit, you would think that like everyone is smashing T4 and like, you know, is, you know, done all the content there is to do in a week. You would think that that's the majority, but that's not true. The majority of people don't make it past T1. It's crazy, right? Yeah, I know. You see what I'm saying? You would think that we like the way that we experience the game is the majority. So like when we're bored of D4 after about like 2 weeks or whatever, the majority of the player base are still trying to get to T1, maybe T2. A very small percentage of people actually make it to T4, and it's nutty. Let me give you another statistic. You know that hundreds of thousands of people still play Diablo 3, even though it's like a really old game. And did you know that of the hundreds of thousands of people who do play, most don't even make it to 800 Paragon? Like, literally 800 Paragon. Like most people don't make it to 800 Paragon. It's hard for you to believe that when you get your... Well, see, that's the problem, Lucas, because keep in mind, you're the one that's looking up guides. You know. Like, you know what to do. You watch the YouTube videos, you watch Twitch streams, you know the efficient way to do things. Most people don't do that. And when you think about a game like Diablo 4 with a bunch of bugs and things that don't work the way that they're supposed to, do you know how difficult it is for someone to make their own build and get to T4 in Diablo 4 with the amount of like things that don't work? It's insane. No, but I'm just saying, like, I mean, I'm just pointing out that people think that influencers have a much bigger impact on the amount of people who actually play a game. The only thing that influencers that like we have control over is whether you watch Twitch or not, whether you watch the game on Twitch or not. That's our influence. That's about as far as it goes. So like, let's say we all say, you know, screw Diablo 3, we're going to go play, I don't know, Grim Dawn. Then we all jump to Grim Dawn. Then you see like the Grim Dawn category get a bunch of viewers. That's it. But it doesn't mean that people who don't consume Twitch content or YouTube content is actually playing the game and don't care about what Rax is doing. Doesn't care about what Asmongold is doing. Doesn't care about what Dioxide is doing. Like they don't care. They do not care. But doesn't it make more sense now though, Frank Lucas? Doesn't it make more sense why, if you think about it, I don't agree with this. And I don't agree with this. I think it's unfortunate for us. But think about the way Diablo 4 is shaping up right now. if you think about it from the top down, if 90+% of your player base don't make it past T1, as a company, financially, why would they allocate resources to please the people on Twitch? The very, very small minority. I'm not saying I agree with that. I'm just saying when you think about the type of content they add in this game in Diablo 4 and what they do, it benefits the casual way more than it does anyone who actually plays the game at a higher level. And it definitely explains why we don't have more vertical progression content, because most of the people don't get past T1. And I'm not blaming those people. I'm not saying the casuals are bad or anything like that. I'm just saying the company is catering to the audience, to the much bigger portion of the audience that they have. And maybe the devs don't like that either. Maybe that's why Adam Jackson is not there anymore. Who knows? But like, the company is going to be like, okay, 90% of the player base is making this amount of money for the game. We need to make sure we continue to do what is financially smart for our shareholders, quote unquote, right? And so they're going to get more things added for them than we are for the people who actually do play a lot. Does it suck for us? Like, does it suck for the blasters or whatever like that? Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, it's terrible for us, but it's good for the casual. That's why I guess ultimately what I'm saying is that what Quinn did not make a dent in Diablo Immortal's player base. Because people who are playing Diablo Immortal aren't watching Quinn. They're not watching Quinn. They're not watching Twitch. They're not. You feel like a 1% now. You are 1%. As crazy as it sounds, you are like the top 5%, basically, in terms of people who play the game. If you made it to T4, you were definitely in the upper echelon. As silly as that sounds, we make it to T4 in one day, and we're considered the upper echelon of players.
You look like you could use a new idea.
It's insane,
Indeterminate.
but it's kind of true. So like, yeah, you're definitely in the 1%. You're like in the 1% of the 1% of players who play Diablo 4. You have multiple characters, triple crit on like any of your stats. Yeah, you're definitely the 1% of the 1%. Or percent close to 150. Well, I mean, it gets astronomically stronger. Smaller than that. When you start to include that. But yeah. All I'm saying is like, what you see people make videos of when it comes to gaming, almost any game really, like most games or whatever like that, the influencers don't control the market. There are not as many people watching videos or consuming Twitch content or reading on Reddit as you may think. You might see, oh, this video got like 200,000 views on it, but like 200,000 views over a set period of time of people also rewatching the video, linking it to other, to their other friends or like that who don't even play the game. That's still a very small portion of the audience that actually does play the game. So like that's true. I also have to do because you're literally not a casual by definition. If you're watching a Twitch stream, you are not a casual. If you're watching a Twitch stream of a game you're interested in, you are not a casual. Like if you regularly watch any Twitch streams of a game that you play, you're not in that casual like area.
I am returning to town.
10% of the 10% who play Necro Bar. What up, Eric? I want to say I'm a little above casual, but I have a full-time job too, and I play other games. Yeah, but like the bigger portion of the player base are people who play maybe like a couple hours a week. Also, Frank Lucas, if you want to like, I should probably link it to you, or link in the chat. When I was told the statistic too, like this whole like, you know, how many people don't make it past T1 in Diablo 4, I almost didn't believe it either. Like I was just as floored as you are about it. And then I literally looked at a thread on the BNet forums, like the BattleNet forums where people would kind of casually go for a game or whatever, the BattleNet forums. And literally 4 days before the season ended, there was a thread that was popular. And it was people talking about how to get to T2 4 days before season 6 ended. And people were saying, oh man, I'm so close. I hope the season doesn't end quite yet. I'm so close to getting to T2 on their Spiritborn character. I know you want to laugh. I know you want to laugh, but this is, it's true. I was reading through the thread. I'm just like, wow, that is crazy to think about it this way, but that's it. In my mind, I'm like, how do you not do T4 on a Spiritborn in season 6? Like, but then you have to think about it, and it's like they're not following guides. They don't know what's broken. They don't know what's bugged because they're playing casually. They don't really, you know, they're not, you know. So like, when you put all that into perspective, it's like, okay, yeah, I guess I can see that. But 4 days before the season ends, you're trying to get to T2. Like that's the goal. Like, I'm not judging. I'm just, you know, it's wild to see the pacing difference between people who play a lot, who understand the game, and then those who literally turn the game on like once, you know, for like an hour or two a week, and isn't really like trying to be, you know, good at it or trying to make an actual build out of it. They just want to kill things, right? And it's just like, when you think about it that way, you're just like, okay, I guess. So they even can't go to. I'm not saying they can't go to build sites. It's just they don't. Like the people who like go and like look for guides are also not casual players. Like if you're reading a guide, or if you're reading up a guide online and you're following a guide for a build, you're probably not casual. Not casual in that sense. You may not be necessarily hardcore. Like you might be like maybe not as hardcore as like, you know, some streamer that you're watching or whatever, but like you're definitely not casual if you're reading a build guide in that sense. And like I said, there's nothing wrong with that. Like I'm totally not picking on people who, you know, who play the game literally for fun, for themselves. You know, they make a character, they pick a couple of skills, put points in certain places, hit some buttons, pick up some loot, you know, every now and then, and that's how they enjoy the game. And there's nothing wrong with that, right? If that's how they have to have fun, that's cool. You know, that is what it is. But we have to understand that the way that we play the game is where we take it a little more seriously, or we actually try to make a good character, we're definitely in a much smaller minority than we think we are. Because that the people who complain about the game, or or on Reddit, or any game really, not just Diablo 4, but like anyone who's complaining or is generally like definitely the small minority. Our voices are much smaller. How long am I streaming for? You got some bass taste, good commentary. Thanks. Probably like another maybe about 30 minutes or so, or I guess whenever I run out of keys. No, I'm not gonna. So Jex, I'm not gonna sit there and say that the takes aren't justified. Like people having, who don't like the game, have bad takes or something like that. I'm totally not saying that at all. I guess what I'm saying is like, I'll put it to you this way: if something was as bad as it really seems inside the game, the company would have did something about it. Think about it. If you want changes to happen to Diablo 4 in a more hardcore sense, and honestly, the best way to do it is not to have a hardcore player complain about it, because all they're going to do is you're going to attract the same audience that play a lot, that don't really make a dent in Blizzard's finances. So basically, not the casuals. If you want major changes to your game, the best way to do it, get all the casuals to come out. Be like, bro, look, man, I know you play like 30 minutes a week. I get it. You got like 7 jobs, 3 wives, 10 kids, 2 houses, all those things, right? Like, I get it. But if you can make a post, you and your friends, all hundreds of thousands of your friends, if you can just make one post and start complaining about D4 and saying we want more like vertical progression in game, I guarantee you will get that, because that's what's making the company money, is the casuals. So if they don't play the game and they start complaining, then stuff would actually more things will actually get done, because that's when it actually starts to hurt their bottom line. We're not hurting their bottom line. If I stop streaming D4, the company doesn't care. If I make a video on it, the company doesn't care. Like, because I'm not their bottom line. I'm not the one buying the cosmetics. I'm not. They don't care. But if you get the casual player base to rise up, now we got a case. Now we have a true case. That's such a bad map. I think I'm gonna stop doing 130s, because when it's a bad map or whatnot, I can't. The bad maps just takes too long. The good maps are great. Decent maps are good. But if I get a bad situation, I'm going above 3 minutes, and I do not like that. Or above 2.5 minutes, and I don't like that at all. You don't have vengeance up 100% of the time. You're a casual. Well, in this case scenario, this is more of a try hard, because I don't have vengeance up 100% of the time. I'm like super glassy, so that would actually be kind of the opposite of casual. But I know what you were trying to say. Generally speaking, you do want it up 100% of the time, but you may not know that you want to if you're casual, which is true. Bro, better code or lightning for speeds. Lightning. You want to go cold for pushing. Just jump back into Spiritborn. I'm 7-1 Paragon so far, T1. But yeah, back to the original point with with Quinn and like I guess the Diablo Mortal fiasco thing, right? Like the company made so much money off of that, off of content creators. I won't say so much money, but they definitely made a decent amount from players they normally wouldn't have made money off of, because those content creators were not the targeted market. So I'm sure the people at the higher ups were just like, oh wow, we wasn't expecting Quinn to shell out $10,000, to make a point we already knew because we made the game. Of course, it's pay to win. We know. We made the monetization system. We know it's pay to win. So like they that's why I just thought that it's just really not effective, because you didn't really hit the people who are actually making the company money with that game. If you look at like how much money Diablo Immortal has made over the course of its time frame, you would think that all these content creators who try to warn people as pay to win, didn't happen or didn't exist. It's like, wait a minute, but all those people who gave Blizzard all this money to prove that is pay to win, what happened? Why is it still doing well? I don't understand. You know what I'm saying? It's like, yeah, the strategy of giving them more money didn't work. Yeah, we'll stay at the 128s. I'm not paying attention enough to keep my squares up. So this is fine. Yeah, we'll stay at 128. This is smooth. Is Hoda good? It's really more about the earthquake. But yeah, you can.
I need to go back.
Fortune favors the bold. That's nice.
My pack is full.
Back. You look like you could use a new item of well, isn't that nice? Fortune favors. Don't forget, luck
I can't carry
always
anymore.
changes.
It's 2% clash, you need 0 F or some clash, you can't get past 120. Yeah, there's just... So I guess the thing too, Frank Lucas, here's another, I guess, hot take. Honestly,
Indeed was my father.
I think,
Pack is
Nice
full.
on you.
while I agree that it is dumb, that it is literally the way that you described it, like I absolutely agree with that.
The bold.
I also think that the...
You look like you could use a new item.
what do you call it? The measurement of how, like how we basically define what's good in Diablo 4 is legit based off of how many times you can spawn Spirit Caller and hope to kill him in like 7 minutes or less. That's balance in D4 at the moment. Because pits are just asinine at the moment, and honestly terrible content past 100 to be honest. Like when you get to a point where you're pushing in pits, like it really shows the mode's weaknesses, man, and it just becomes more frustrating than fun on every level.
Fortune favors the bold.
Like it's a worse GR at the end of the day, like a considerably worse Grid or Rift mode. But if you think about it, if we had different vertical progression content, let's say if Infernal Horror's Infinite Ways was the vertical progression and not pit, like if pit was capped at like 100, like imagine if pit was capped at 100, the entire tier list would change. Like if you could not go over 100 because, well, you don't get anything for going past 100, right? Technically 101 doesn't do anything for you. 101 and 150 does nothing, right? It's just clout at that point. Like if they capped it at 100, the entire tier list would change. All of a sudden, Blood Wave, which is the strongest build in the game, all of a sudden it's like a B tier build. It goes from being top of S tier to being like mid B tier, maybe low B tier. Why? Because Blood Wave isn't fast. So at that point, it's not going to be about how many zeros can you add to the end of your damage. It's going to be about how effectively and efficiently can you clear content. And Blood Wave is not that efficient at that. It's just hella strong, but it's not efficient. So the entire tier list would change. What we think are good builds would change naturally. But as long as we have this, what tier can you kill Spirit Caller in type type metric right now, then we're never really gonna have like a decently balanced game, because you don't spend most of your time farming for Spirit Caller. You just don't. But the thing about it is that if you look at T4 and all the power creep we have, like a lot of builds pretty much smash T4. Lots of builds smash T4 like it's effortless, like it's nothing. Yeah. So on that front, the balance is actually not that bad. It's the top in the pit is where it's bad. But the problem is that the metric is also bad. Pits are bad. So if your metric is bad, then your balance is going to be bad too. We talk about this a lot in the, I can't say exactly what we talk about because it's, NDA or whatever. But we talk about this a lot in the Diablo partner area. We talk about these points a lot. And then at the end of the day, I'm just like, yo, we are literally arguing about which build can kill Spirit Caller after farming him for a weekend. That is what we're arguing about right now. Like, does anybody not want a better mode? A better metric stick? This metric stick sucks. Because it really sucks. Look at who Spirit Caller is. Yeah, it's a pit boss. He's very popular for his ads, basically, which is kind of necessary for a lot of builds to be able to clear.
I am returning to town.
Which spawns Spirit Caller? He's a shaman with a stick, basically. Spawns ads. I mean, but literally that's end game right now. Literally that's end game. You want to do any pit pushing, technically, because like a lot of people don't really know exactly what pit pushing is. Really entails. They think, oh, I'm just gonna go higher into I need a build that's gonna go higher into the pit. So it's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna push pits. I'm like, you're not gonna push pits. And they're like, yeah, I am. I'm like, no, you're not. And they're like, no, yeah, I am. Yeah, I am. I'm gonna get the good gear, and then I'm gonna do the higher level pits. I'm like, you might attempt to do higher level pits, but you're not gonna push pit. Trust me, you're not gonna be pushing pit. And then I asked them, I said, what is pit pushing? So therefore, I get an idea whether they know or not. Like, yeah, what is pit pushing? And it's like, oh, just getting a high tier clear pit. I'm like, okay, yeah, you don't know what pit pushing is, and it's not his fault. The game doesn't explain that, and pit pushing is dumb. So, like, it's not the player's fault, but it's like, if you're not failing at least 100 plus times trying to get Spirit Caller on your run to, then you're not pushing. You're just playing. So if you're not resetting and failing over, hundreds of times for a clear, then you're not pushing. If you're not spending literally hours upon hours upon hours upon hours, 10, 12, 14 hours trying to get a single clear, you're not pushing. But when I explain it that way, people are like, oh, no, I don't want to do that. I'm like, well, that's pit push. All the people that you see do the videos that, get like a really good clear, people think that, oh, they just put in one key and then they did it the first time. It's like, no, they didn't. All you saw was the clear. You didn't see the journey or the frustrations or the multiple days of trying to get that one single clear, because that's not recorded. You wouldn't watch that, right? You wouldn't watch a 14-hour video of someone trying to clear one tier, right? Like, no one would watch that, because literally that video would be literally just entering and exiting the pit for like 90% of that video. But in D3, I was kind of doing that reset you talk about to get better map. Yeah, mobs. Yeah, that's where it came from. That's literally where that came from. which is why I thought it was asinine that we have it again in Diablo 4. I didn't too much like it in D3, but in D3, but the difference in D3 versus D4 pit pushing though, or sorry, pushing, is that in D3 there is there's a strategy to GR pushing, and when you actually do get a good map, like a solid map, like there's strategy and there's gameplay, it's actually kind of fun playing a good map on a good build for greater pushing. Pit pushing is not that at all, because literally you play it like you're speed running all the way to the pit boss, and then you have a 7-minute fight. There's no strategy. There's no anything. You literally play it like a speed run and just hope you don't die. So like the journey playing these high level pits are not fun. Where at least in Diablo 3, it is kind of fun to get a really good map to play it. But it's frustrating until you get that map. You know what I'm saying? And like that mob type in terms of fishing is concerned. And of course there's a leaderboard attached to it. So that kind of, you know, gives you a little bit more incentive to do it, per se. Not that I want pit leaderboards right now with how bad pits are, but I guess point being is that like it is in D3 as well, but it was done better, considerably better. I just said this was gonna be a short stream, didn't I? I'm already going on the 5-hour mark. It's all good. I was enjoying the combo. You drifting ranch though.
I can't carry it.
Let's see the gem.
See how many keys do I have left? 8? Okay. I think we can.
I need to go back.
I'll stay until I finish my 8 keys. I gained what? How many Paragon did I gain today? It's like 160 something Paragon today. So maybe like Monday or something like that, Monday or Tuesday, I can start going for pushes. That's so bad. Actually, that's not bad.
Fortune favors. Don't forget, luck always changes. You look like you could use a move. That's nice.
My pack is full.
That. Fortune favors. Don't forget, luck always changes.
Ah, man. Well, I guess this is better than what I have. Well, not really. Yeah, sort of. Sort of, but not really. If I augment it, it'll be a little better maybe, but like slightly better than what I have. It's not the exact upgrade I'm looking for, but it's still better than what I got. Slightly. I love her verse in this song. I can get better crit chance though. It's gotta be crit chance because I don't have crit chance in my amulet. It's the same crit chance. Come on. Come on, please. Not even an impale roll. Not that I would take it right now, but there we go. Our DH this season got your 140 now. Crusader, but struggling to find a map. Even find a 150 map I can even live in. Well, I mean, basically every Demon Hunter set can push 150 except Gossix. So you can kind of just choose your set. I won't say it's easy per se, but you can do it. Basically around between 2 to 3K Paragon is what you would want. If you're not experienced for DH, I'd probably say closer to 3K Paragon for sure. Or you just, fish a hell of a lot. There's also that too. What am I looking for? Oh yeah. Test 3. I think now we can use this quiver. Too bad I can't throw impale on that, but that's okay. The best we're gonna be able to do. Slight upgrade. Just gonna hire turns right now, but I can't get anything I need to get your damage up. How far are you with the seasonal journey? You said you're in chapter 4. Okay, so you have a 6-piece set then, right? Oh no! You have your 4-piece set. You need chapter 4 for your 6-piece. I'm still going Slayer the set dungeon. I don't want to use another set. I just refuse to do it, to be honest with you. After I get a certain amount, I just farm for the rest. Sometimes I find that quicker than trying to finish chapter 4, depending.
I need to go back.
Not even doing chapter 1 bounties. So you're saying the warrior ring is being elusive at the moment? Don't you hate that? Yeah, it's always the first one, right? It's always the first, because like the game knows you want it. So like, when you don't have it, you know, they won't give it to you. But the moment you do have it, and you bound you do it after that point, you always get it. I feel like that's how like all RNG systems work. They just know that. So you gotta act like you don't want it, right? No, I'm not looking for that warrior ring. No way. Like I want that skeleton's podrons. That's what I really want. Where am I going? God, I'm in like all the wrong way. Was not paying attention. I lost a lot of time backtracking.
I am returning to town.
Yours I could get accustomed to that.
Yeah, you don't remember how many you had to do for your warrior ring? Yeah, it took me like 4, I think, 4 caches before I got mine. Shoulder and Sna.
Good to see you.
I need to go back.
This guy's just a ticket for speed. This is the uptime on your shelf and picking up gloves compared to impale, which is a little slower moving and spawning globes. Well, actually, it's more so that God 6 actually has defense built into the set. Like impale doesn't. Like impale doesn't have. Like impale gives you no damage reduction at all whatsoever. The only damage reduction you get is from the shadow power, and that shadow power gloom, and that's like 35%. So like that's really it compared to 60%, which is a much bigger chunk that you get just for having God 6 set a total of it. So that's kind of where the majority of the damage reduction kind of comes from. Still not good. But yeah, so naturally, God 6 is just tankier, and that's actually one of my complaints I kind of had about Shadow and Marauders, because both of them don't have built-in like damage reduction. You have to get something else to be able to do it. Like you get the belt for Marauders or like that, which is fine, but it takes a whole another piece of gear before you can get any sort of damage reduction, which I think is kind of silly. I don't know why they didn't just I can't do the thing. I guess I can cheat just a little bit. Whoops. Was trying to do diamonds. There we go. All this. Kind of got some upgrades, but the upgrades kind of make me glassy. But I guess I'm obviously used to that. But then not main upgrade to like side grades until I get something better. Wraps is 50% providing is cubed where you get a perfect fix. Yeah, but you can also get wraps with like God 6 as well, right? So like whether you do shadows or you do God 6, you already have wraps. I'm just saying like God 6 has an addition. It just has more damage, has damage reduction built into the set itself. And that's why it's gonna feel more tanky than Shadow by default. I'm not saying not being able to keep, to pick up the globes faster doesn't help. It does. But I'm just saying like naturally God 6 just has more damage reduction built in. As a Fortress Ballista, yeah, I guess you yeah, if you want to go that route, yeah. Let's see. This really isn't that great, but it's still technically a small upgrade. Cooldown reduction all today. Actually, maybe I want the all res. Weird, I know, but so this is only going to be my farming set anyway. I'm not running Captain Crimson. I guess this is fine. Do I run tactical advantage or pushing? Oh no. I run all DPS passives.
You look like you could. That will look nice on you. Oh, that's nice. Can I covet that? Fortune favor. That will look.
Because I mean, you're fishing when you're pushing, so you're gonna be looking for a big open map anyway. So you don't really need the additional speed to get around. You just need a map that's open enough for you to get around. It's such a lengthy cooldown on Vengeance though. I wonder at what point would it be smart to go ahead and do Captain Crimson. Well, like, I know when, but I'm gonna run this with Captain Crimson just to kind of see how I feel next couple of runs. I would try Smoke Screen instead of Vengeance. No, but I mean, I don't really need Smoke Screen. Well, I have a long cooldown on Vengeance for the most part. At least it's some sort of damage buff while it's up. It's just I'm not running tactical advantage because I don't really need to. Then having Smoke Screen isn't really that helpful in this setup. That is. Hey, got a primal. Nice theory though.
I may be able to help you.
What I do want to do though is yeah, let me do Captain Crimson for a sec. For a minute. Let's save this real quick. Yeah. I don't actually have a lot less arguments on this one too. I just realized. I guess. So this isn't really a fair comparison, but we'll do it anyways. PG instead of impale of the week. Ambition tactical. You're also using NGM or what's your weapon that you're using? Like if you're using like Carlisle's Point or NGM, then yeah, you have to go tactical advantage. You don't really have a choice. You won't have enough movement speed. Yeah. So yeah, you have to. So I can totally understand the going Smoke Screen there. Yeah, primal crawlers from the cube. Oh, very nice.
You have a gem?
Second.
I am returning to town.
Up these for augments.
Become more formidable.
Let's see. Let's do that again. I feel like the conduit carried most of that. Also way squishier than what Guardian. Is in the where there's only 2 daggers, so you went that route. Oh yeah, that's what actually makes like when you're leveling with Demon Hunter like kind of nice, because you can get a nice legendary power early because there is only 2 daggers. You kidding me? I gotta primal flavor. We're gonna do. I'll do this.
I am returning to town.
What set is this? Isn't got no. This is Shadow. But this is Sanctify season, so basically you can strafe with any core skill. So Shadow strafe is actually very, very good. And if there's also yet, no. I really don't feel like farming for the staff, honestly. That's kind of what's preventing me from doing it. It's not really a big deal, considering all the other stuff that I mean, I got everything I want from the altar technically, so I'm okay. It's a bad cold one. Kind of like the Captain Crimson better, honestly, than the Guardian. I think now, even at like this Paragon, I guess I'm like at that edge anyway, where it's like it starts to shift, or gets close to start to shift over anyway.
I cannot afford that.
You found a mushroom gem in Rainbow in one run. Wow, yeah. See, like knowing my luck, it'll take me like an hour, and I don't feel like doing that. I won't be playing the season long enough for that. Like if I was like, you know, playing this as like the main game or whatever, then yeah, sure. But you know, I got about a week left, you know, and I'm just chilling until then, basically. To be honest. It's hard to get a new show that got RCR on it. I don't have resources to be at the right place. It only makes me 6% less tanky because of how Crimson works. It's not like a 1-to-1 like 6% per se, but it does add because there is diminishing returns. So it's not like an actual 6%, but it does make you if you run the Captain Crimson, it does make you less tanky for sure. Like RCR basically does make you tankier if that makes sense. Oh man, this is a better glove. I don't have like a. Oh, okay. I actually do have technically have a better glove just sitting here. Did it remove augmentation? No, they didn't. Nope. You still can. It's only on ancient and primal items, I guess. Hi there. Oh, model was going on. I got your Heartseeker build. Works so nice. Thanks, man. It's a lot of fun. I think it's like my favorite build to play, to be honest. Ooh, 47%. There we go. Do I not have another wraps? I do. Why am I not using this one? I gotta re-augment stuff now. Why'd I stop? I have streamers let you get 50% in Timor. Nah, I ain't that lucky. Apparently, the streamer luck goes up based on the amount, based on your view count, right? So the higher the views and the higher your sub count, the more luck you get. At least that's what I was told from like the way bigger streamers. So yeah. This could have been kind of good. I guess we'll hold on to it then. Yeah, Woody Joe's the luckiest person. Yeah, if you think Woody's lucky, you ever seen Rob? Like Rob play on a stream, like the insane luck that dude gets. For what? For you use code imbuement? What skill do you proc it? Cold clip. So the cold clip aspect basically turns your Heartseeker into cold imbue. So that's why you take cold imbue. But you don't need to wear it because cold clip procs it automatically. But the cold clip gives you all of the cold imbuement effects, including the vulnerable and the extra damage, which makes cold clip one of the most important aspects to get for Heartseeker. Well, I can't. This has physical res on it though, so I guess it's not that bad. But man, come on, I still think I can do better than that. We have to get all res. We're around a belly max for this. We'll crack the bigger ones. What about gems? Basic damage or crit damage and weapons? Probably just basic damage, honestly. It doesn't really too much matter. It's all additive damage anyway, so it doesn't really make much of a difference. The basic damage, the basic gems has a higher roll, so you might as well do that. There we go. Finally, there we go. That's what I'm talking about. And I can always change the impale, the multi-shot, or multi-shot back to impale or whatever. Yeah. Okay. So I got some upgrades, but I just can't augment anything right now because I think I used almost all my augments. My whatchamacallit, I have to do some Echoing Fury, Echoing Nightmare gameplay, but I'll do that tomorrow. I just kind of want to get this set up first, and then so I don't forget about it when tomorrow comes. The aspect you're talking about is basic attacks applies chill, and you do 25% more damage, and then bonus from Cold and Be, right? Yep, sure thing. Only problem is that cold clip aspect that we're talking about is pretty rare. I was trying to do like a leveling Heartseeker build so I can write one on Maxroll eventually, and I like my journey so far. I've still yet to find a cold clip, and I'm like in T3 with a leveling build right now that I was trying to do from scratch without gems or witchcraft powers or whatever. And like the only aspect I'm missing is cold clip. I'm like, geez, man, is it really this rare still? But it makes such a big difference to have it, though. That's the thing. Yeah, Maxroll. Oh, very nice. All right, this game playing with me now. Come on, I can do a little better than 12%. Come on. I know it's not a big deal because I'm using Takeook, so it's really doesn't really matter like that, but still. Watch, it gives me 13%. Watch. Maybe the only roll I get for up 11%. $11% again. 13%. Yep, I told you. What I tell you? Told you I was gonna give you 13%. But I get 15% multi-shot 7 times. I know, right? There we go. All right. I just need to complain just a little bit more. I guess where we're at it, let's go ahead and do the belt. I can get a better belt than what I have. I only have 10 of those mats, bounty mats, pack 4 bounty mats. No, let's see. Actually, No, because it's armor. Alright. Go again. Will I get fortunate? No, I did not. Looks like I got to do some visions tomorrow too. So visions, echoing nightmares, keys. Alright, but at least I know where I left off at.
You seem to think that my life is full of ease. It is. Priceless gems don't just leap into my pocket. You will stop stealing after a point then. And it is possible.
Get your multi-shot speed setup going yet? Nah, I don't. It's really honestly why it hits so many things or whatever. Like I don't feel like I struggle with the speed setup for impale. Like you shoot out enough impales with the ricochet to where you clear just fine, and you're a little faster than you are with multi-shot. But you obviously don't hit the entire screen though, so it's like it's not nearly as cool looking by any means, but it gets the job done. But I do need to not get, to stop being lazy and just get ahead and put together a UE something, so I can do that. What UE pieces look like anyway. I'm gonna need some work on UE stuff. It just gotta drop, man. Just gotta get some drops. Last question. What would you mash work on a shard? Basic attack speed or basic attack damage? I would do the basic attack speed, Amada. Because once you have the shadow, like the grasp of shadows, you're gonna have so much, like so many ranks to basic attack that it starts to really water down a lot. So I would do go with the basic attack, on the basic attack, and max out that bucket. And then once you have enough attack speed, like let's say you get from like Starless Skies and stuff, if you can get enough to max out the bucket, then you can start masterworking the basic skills, ranks, or whatever. But most people don't get that far. All right, we're gonna cut it here, guys. You gotta focus. Now you need restraint. Yeah, this was definitely not a short stream. I kind of lied. Don't save her. She don't want to be saved. Don't save her. But Starless is first bucket, Shard is second bucket. I mean, for like both. Once you max out both, like once you hit the 12 frame, I'll put it that way. I make it easy. Once you hit the 12 frame breakpoint, then at that point, I would masterwork the basic attacks, ranks or whatever. It's a short for D3 stream though. I guess that's fair. Wait, Eggman is playing Path of Exile? For real? Yeah, I actually don't even know where to go right now. This way, yeah, man, no problem. So on Starlist, Masterwork of task speed as well. Yep. That's the only stat you care about on Starlist Skies for Heartseeker is the attack speed. So you masterwork that. Yeah, like literally everybody. Where do you guys want to go? Like, y'all want to see Path of Exile gameplay? Because I mean, that's kind of 80% of my friends list right now because of the event just came out. Or we can go to like a friend of mine, Paranoid Pixie. She's playing Kingdom Come. Oh, Mufasa. I haven't been in Mufasa in like a minute. Yeah, let's go to Mufasa. He's playing once human, but he's a cool guy. But we actually did get to the end. We got gems to 150 thanks to Harrishinden and crew. That was big. That was major. But yeah, enjoy Mufasa. I will see y'all tonight, I guess. And as always, till next time.